Welcome back, everyone, for the afternoon session of this final day of the 2024 Negotiated Rulemaking Committee. We're going to pick right up with our discussion on accreditation. It's my understanding that Michael McComas, the alternate for institutional accrediting agencies, has a question on the conversation as we left it at lunch, and I'll turn it right over to him.
Thanks, Brady. And I wanted to just take a minute and go back to 602.19B and that language, and just maybe offer a bit of a caution to the department on unintended consequences. So, I've spent a fair amount of time through appeals, arbitration, and the court system defending adverse accreditation decisions. And I worry that the words the most current and the word available will hinder accrediting agencies from being able to take enforcement actions based upon a wide array of information. So let me just maybe give an example. I worry about the word available because it's so broad that it's the argument on the other side is, well, the agency didn't take into account everything that was available when it made its adverse accreditation decision, or they didn't take into account the most current information. And so if an agency uses something like a benchmark or metric, more likely than not, that metric is based on some kind of lagging data. And while the institution may provide more current, the standard may not really be based on any kind of metric for retention data or something along those particular lines. And so I just worry that including that language there can open up a cause of action unintentionally for institutions to be able to say, well, you didn't take into account the most current, or you didn't take into the universe of everything that was available. So I would just ask the department to consider striking the words the most current and the word available in that 602.19B. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michael. And Jamie, you'll be rejoining us at the table? Great. Okay. Welcome back. Any other comments on 602.19 or 602.20? Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah, checking that I wasn't muted. Coming back to, I'll start with the good cause extension item. I think people recognize that we're moving here from unlimited room for good cause extensions to 1 year, which is less than the 2 years that had been mentioned at another point, I think. While if I were holding the pen, I'd make it 2. We also appreciate the urgency to move toward conclusion with institutions, and so we haven't objected to the 1 year. It may be tight, but tight in the interest of getting to decisions where institutions are not in compliance. It seems a reasonable balance, and would be prepared to live with it and move institutions in that way if necessary. We also appreciate the recognition of allowing time for the student achievement related arenas and for institutions to work toward better outcomes for students. You've heard me talk about the momentum that we're seeing for outcomes in data. As data gets better, accreditors rely on it more and more. When IPEDS got over the first-time full-time constraints and gave us broader, more usable data, accreditors use it and rely on it more. As I mentioned, my agency, for one, is posting debt to earnings and ROI information by program for institutions. And we will use it in our conversations with institutions about how they're doing relative to appropriately benchmarked other institutions. So that leaves the real sticking point for me, which is turning the identification of expectations in 602.16, which is, many of us read it as saying, yeah, we're doing a lot of that. That's not a change in practice to identify how outcomes need to be incorporated in the conversation. Accreditation has changed, and it's changed in these regards. But turning identification of expectations in 16 into enforcement levels in point 20 is really creating bright lines. The department has said it agrees that we shouldn't have bright lines, and it's telling agencies what their standard ought to be.
30 seconds.
And we've talked about that. So for me, this is the issue that is the most dangerous, and I'll come back momentarily to explain why.
Thank you, Jamie. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want, I mean, to support Jamie's point, right? We've seen a ton of progress recently around expectations for evidence that our accreditors are putting forth for us. And it's helped institutions like mine, you know, the mechanisms in place that we have to support our reflections and our reviews are across a wide range of categories. You know, I mentioned last time our annual institutional update. We provide data, quantitative data, to our accreditor every year on student demographics, enrollment, student achievement, financial results. Our most recent audit findings. I've heard numerous times that these are lagging indicators. We are reporting this to our accreditor every single year, and they take action on this. They ask for supplemental information reports when something is of concern. They can take more serious actions if the data presents itself that way. During our self-study report, it's not just the written self-reflective essay. I apologize. It's just not. That to say that is just a lack of understanding of what accreditation is. There are mountains of evidence that institutions provide, quantitative and qualitative, written records, contracts, the whole gamut that we're providing to our accreditor as a component of this. And we're reviewing this and evaluating not only from a self-assessment, but from a set of qualified peer reviewers as well. And I'm very appreciative of the work that Middle States has done more recently under the guidance of NACICI to provide even more consistent guidelines around their expectations for evidence. Right? Just an example, and I can link to the guidebook that Middle States provides to us as institutions, but under mission, provide evidence and trend analysis of progress towards meeting established student achievement goals for the last 4 years, including retention rates, graduation rates, transfer rates, placement rates, and more. So this idea that we're not ongoing providing data and evidence to our accreditors and that this is not informing our practices just lacks a real understanding of the work that we're doing with integrity, not just a focus on compliance, but also in a focus on setting high bars and standards for ourselves around continuous improvement. Accreditors recognize, institutions recognize that evidence should be mission specific and relative to the missions and goals of the institutions, and that this needs to be reviewed within the context of the standards and the mission of institutions. It's reflective of the understanding that institutions have different models for education and operational excellence. And the reality is that's one of the hallmarks of U.S. higher education, which I want to remind folks here remains a gold standard globally. So while there are instances of bad actors, and we need to address those to protect all students, we should also remind ourselves of the great work that we're doing together to provide access and quality in ways that a lot of countries around the world would be envious of. So let's continue that work.
Thank you, Scott. David, speaking on behalf of proprietary institutions, will be coming to the table. But before him, Jamie, you are up next.
Oh, thank you. Scott mentioned NACICI, and that really took me back to 2012, when NACICI, for the first time, after the official presentations by the agencies, for the first time said, how are you thinking about student outcomes? There were some agencies that looked like deer in headlights and didn't know what we were talking about. Compare that to what NACICI and the senior department official expected in this round of reviews, and the informed, data-oriented, outcomes-directed responses of the accrediting agencies. That is a strategy, a direction that is really paying off and making a difference. Someone gave me a great phrase that fits here about the danger of making flags into axes. I'm concerned, as somebody who really believes in the value of outcomes used well to drive institutional results. But I'm afraid that these two provisions in regulation could set back rather than support the work that's being done. Instead of making outcomes more visible and people spending their time and energy on incorporating them more seriously into accreditation discussions, which takes training of schools and reviewers and commissions to be able to do that thoughtfully, and developing subtlety, which I recognize 16 really makes an effort to say it has to be appropriate and feasible and so forth. But given the formal effect of non-compliance in 20, the effect would be to ask accreditors to spend lots of time to pick, validate, justify data. And you can't do it with just one data point. You would have to look at multiple data points from multiple different institutions and think about how they operate together and defend them to a level that would support a non-compliance decision, as opposed to moving them forward and being able to say, you know, your graduation rate is strong, but your debt to earnings or return on investment is not good for most of your programs. So you can't choose just, in that case, you wouldn't want just graduation rate, but you would have to validate and work out all of those metrics.
30 seconds.
If you couldn't do that, you would hesitate to include them, which would deprive the discussion of the thoughtfulness of all of those points. It's enforcing them as compliance lines that makes them unacceptable. I want to use multiple measures, and I am prepared to say that you have not succeeded based on those multiple measures. I'd rather spend my time doing that in the case-by-case decision-making instead of having to build the kind of structure and defend it at great risk that is described here. I think we would closer to our shared goals.
Thank you, Jamie. David, you're up next.
Thank you. I want to agree with Scott and the other commentators here that there does seem to be a true lack of understanding of how rigorous the accreditation process truly is. At my institution and the institutions that I represent as chair of the Association of Private Colleges in New York, and at most accredited colleges and universities across the nation, we track retention rates, persistence rates, graduation rates, employment rates, transfer up rates. We track daily attendance. We track standards of satisfactory academic progress. We track licensure pass rates. We track nearly 100 different student learning assessment standards across 8 distinct academic divisions every semester. And we track nearly 100 institutional assessment data points in the non-academic realm, including 14 different administrative units. We disaggregate this data. We sort it in every conceivable way so that we can learn from it and how our diverse constituents are doing. We develop and monitor multi-year strategic plans, and we monitor our daily budget in comparison to forecast and in comparison to the last several years. We monitor the food service and online course shelves. We monitor the academic advising process and the interactions with students with advisors. We monitor on a daily basis our interactions with students with disabilities, and we monitor regularly our success in reaching out to opportunity program students. We monitor grievances and complaints. We monitor requests for repairs in our residence halls. We regularly survey our students, faculty, staff, alumni, and our largest employers of our graduates. We watch and monitor cohort default rates, and we track our bad debt reserves on a weekly basis. We pay attention to timelines to determine the last date of attendance for students struggling with attendance, and we track the timely refunds to Title IV and New York State aid programs. We undergo not less than 3 full audits every year: our financial audit, our SFA audit, our retirement programs for faculty and staff, and periodic audits of sales tax, food service compliance, fire and safety, just to mention a few. We monitor faculty development and we evaluate their effectiveness with regularity. We monitor our academic governance process to make sure everyone has a respected voice. And I could go on and on. We probably monitor well in excess of 1,000 different things on a regular and periodic basis annually. Many of the things we monitor and manage stem from good practices that our accreditors prioritize.
30 seconds.
And we're just a tiny school. I really am just trying to say that I think the accrediting agencies are already moving in this way, and setting minimum standards is actually harmful because you lower the benchmark, you stifle innovation, and they're just unnecessary. I would urge you not to make them.
Thanks, David. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to follow on a little bit with what David said as well. I think many accreditors have shown continuous improvement, and that was reinforced at the February 2023 NASICI meeting at which HLC participated. We were complimented on our collective input that we have provided to their outcomes committee, including measures such as student intent and mission specific accreditation. So to imagine that accreditors are not responsive, are not focused on continuous improvement, even for themselves, is disingenuous. However, I will also say that there is room for improvement, and that's what that process is all about. Accreditors are not perfect, but I do believe that they're making very serious efforts and at the guidance of NASICI to make some of these changes.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Herman, I'm not seeing any new comments on this. So do you want to reshare the document and take us to the next section?
Sure.
Oh, Joe, I do
Yeah.
see your hand. I do just want to remind folks that the most helpful feedback is feedback that's rooted in the reg text or new proposal suggestions or comments on the reg text, given that this is the last section of the last day. So I just want to remind everyone of that. But Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I just snuck my hand in there. So being that I'm not in the weeds with accreditation, I'm from the Student Financial Services side of the house. I'm learning a lot through this dialogue, but I guess I'm curious to what is making the Department of Ed propose what they're proposing. All right. I've been through accreditations, all right, representing Student Financial Services. And I guess what would be helpful, if possible, to give some data on, how many institutions do not get reaccredited, how many get put on probation, and so forth, and to the severity of this accreditation policy. So this has been an eye opener for me, but I'm sure there's two sides to the story with accreditation, and the Department of Ed, it does deal with these situations, but, any additional education on this would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say as far as data, we don't have any data that we could present you today on, number of, if you're asking for a number of negative or adverse accreditation actions, or say institutions that have been carried a significant amount of time in a non-compliant setting, or whether the institution understood what it needed to do. We don't have that information there. The language we have just proposed is are things that we that we think are important related to student achievement, and again, setting some of those minimal expectations of what an institution needs to do to demonstrate compliance. So probably didn't answer your question, but right currently today, we just don't have the data to give you to answer the questions that you just asked of us.
Okay, thank you. Joe.
Yeah, I would like to applaud the department for working towards protecting students from institutions that are not delivering a quality, worthwhile education. I have actually had family members and friends scammed by institutions that appeared to be more concerned about their bottom line than they were about the education they were delivering. My husband is a 24-year retired veteran who was taken advantage of by a bad actor in 2010, but luckily he figured it out early and did not lose his entire GI Bill. I personally visited an institution in 2018 and spoke to their director when they tried to take advantage of my cousin by enrolling her in a program that clearly would not have enabled her to achieve her career goal, and it was expensive. They ended up disenrolling her and giving her money back, and that school's no longer in business. Unfortunately, most students don't have someone like me looking out for their best interests. I understand the critical important role of our accreditors, and in my experience, they do a great job. I also, giving my 37 years in financial aid, understand the concept of administrative burden. I know the devil's in the details, and not all the details are going to meet our expectations. I do have some concerns about some of the language, but as I listen to the conversations, I keep thinking, will these changes protect my son, my husband, or my cousin in the future? And I think they will, even though they come with concessions and compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Joellen. Herman, do you want to keep walking us through the document?
Sure. Let's see, so we're in student achievement. Let's go down to, I think we are, excuse me, we're under 60220. We kind of got bounced back to some questions of student achievement. So I think, yeah, I think we were actually finished with 60220 unless there were other comments. I think we're ready to move into well, nothing in 21.
Yeah, I think we're at 60222, but
I think we're ready to go to,
yeah.
Yep, I think we're ready to go to 60222. Just give me a second to get there. So in 22, I will just get to the highlighted changes. Under J is the first one. I think I'm on page 26. And here we added the word physical additional location. And in K, we added language here. I think this provides a exception or a carve out for related to prison educational programs. Sure, I'm saying that right. Yeah. Okay. If we move down to, it's like we're on page 27. We have some additional language here. And I would also say that that again, the majority of these changes were made because of comments from committee members, and to kind of strike a compromise between what we heard in the last session. Under here, we have we've changed, added some language. Those requirements include at a minimum, and we have confirmation that the agreement, and we're under written arrangements and agreements. The agreement complies with the limitation on the amount of program that the ineligible institution or organization provides as described in 668(5). And of course, that regulation covers written arrangement between ineligible institutions. Number 2, added language, a demonstration by the accredited institution that the ineligible institution or organization has sufficient administrative and physical capacity and experience to deliver the program, the portion of the program provided under the arrangement. And then the last one is just a reminder that the institution is still responsible to maintain compliance with the accrediting agencies' standards in those particular areas. Next changes under B. We added some language to the first sentence. If the agency approves a substantive change for an institution that is on a probation or equivalent status, or is currently or has been subject to a negative action by the agency that begins the enforcement timelines of 60220A and B over the prior 3 academic years, had some strike there. The agency must notify the secretary within 30 days of its approval of the substantive change. And then we struck language from the very last sentence. And if we go down to the next section. Again, on page 29, we have some additions. Again, physical location in several places. And under 2, we get into the subject of conducting site visits under E. And under I, we've added some language. Also must include all physical additional locations and branch camps of the institution that has been placed on probation or show cause or equivalent status, or has been the subject of an action by the agent that begins the enforcement timelines of 60220B during the accreditation cycle or final 3 years of the prior accreditation cycle. Romanet 2 must include all physical locations and branch campuses if the institution has fewer than 25. The key word there is fewer. And then under Romanet 3, except for institutions described in I, which would be, of course, those that have been under some sort of negative action by the agency, may include fewer of all of the physical additional locations and branch campuses if the institution has 25 or more such locations. Keyword there is more, but the agency must conduct a site visit to 25 such locations, or 50% of the total number of such locations, whichever is greater. And if the agency elects to visit fewer than all physical locations and branch campuses, the institution in an accreditation cycle, it must visit different physical additional locations and branch campuses in the institution's next accreditation cycle. And then the language in 4, the site visit requirement does not apply to additional locations that provide prison education. And that takes us to, I know I went through that pretty fast. That takes us to 23. So I would open up conversation and discussion under 60222.
Thank you, Herman. That was a larger section, but any comments, questions, feedbacks, additional proposed text on 60222? We'll start with Barmack.
And if we can start with the
I'm sorry.
20. Yeah, I was going to say to make it easier, if we could start with kind of work our way down through the document.
Kind of chronological through the
in a chronological, with where the first changes occur.
Go ahead, Barmack.
I'm sorry.
Farther down.
No, you're far. So we'll anyone have a comment, question, or proposed text for we'll call it through page, kind of making this up here, for 27, that first chunk of alterations.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is language that that comes up both in 60222 as well as 60223. And so I'm looking, I think the first place that it comes up is N, like Nancy, where it talks about, this happens to be about substantive change, but the department tried to clarify what a quote unquote negative action was. I think our feedback last time was a negative action doesn't really have a definition. And so I appreciate the attempt to do that. I think that I think that it is overly expansive, however, to have it be any action that begins the enforcement timeline in 60220A or B. Those are not necessarily what I would consider negative actions. Those can be issues that are very simple and easy to fix, that a institution or a program needs to take care of. So something, my example on this is a site visit team found an outdated student handbook on the website that needs to be removed. That might trigger an enforcement timeline. So we're telling the program, we're saying you have to remove this outdated handbook from your website. I don't know that that rises to the level of what you would consider a negative action. I think it's more of a sanction kind of action that you mean, and I think that is more problematic to me in 60223, but that language is repeated here, so I wanted to raise that.
Yeah, Laura, I want to just respond real quickly to that. The reason we added subject to the timelines under 60220A and B, because again, that's, in accordance with the regulation, that's what starts. That's what indicates that the institutional program is non-compliant with the standard, no matter what the issue is. If the commission or whoever finds the institutional program non-compliant, then they have to start those enforcement timelines. And you know as well as I do, agencies have different terminology for that particular situation. So we could not possibly list everything, because some agencies may not consider a warning as triggering an enforcement timeline. So we wanted to make it broad and clear that if there's a situation or an occurrence at an institutional program that initiates those timelines, that's telling us that that institutional program is non-compliant, and then they have to initiate those enforcement timelines. That's why we put that language in there. It wouldn't be for a minor issue. It would be for something that you or an agency said, no, this definitely means non-compliant. This doesn't mean monitoring. This doesn't mean, oh, it takes a couple of seconds to fix this. This means that you're non-compliant.
Okay, so I mean, what you're basically saying is that agencies would need to adjust their own policies and procedures to call it something else. So call it substantial compliance or something else, so that it would not trigger that timeline.
We don't care what you call it. You could call it anything, but if it's significant enough that it's a non-compliant condition and those enforcement timelines apply, I mean, it could be monitoring. But if an agency says this specific issue is a monitoring issue, but in our minds they're non-compliant with our standards, that kicks in the enforcement timelines. That's really the only way to track it.
Okay, it becomes, as I said, more problematic when we get into the language in 60223. I still think it's overly broad. And I think you're capturing things that you probably don't mean to capture in that language.
I don't know. I think that, again, I think it tied into the regulation I think it makes sense. If it doesn't start an enforcement timeline, we still don't understand why an agency then, if it's not serious enough to say you're non-compliant, then the enforcement timelines again would not start.
Agencies have different thresholds for non-compliant is what I'm saying. So I could stand by what I said before. I mean, you're essentially
30 seconds.
You're essentially requiring that an agency would change its nomenclature to adhere to something like this. And so, I mean, that's fine, but I think it's just something that you need to be aware of.
Thank you. Barmack, timing of comment, roughly chronological?
It's actually before the section
okay.
we were talking about.
That's good. Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
And you don't have to even move the page because it's the provision before M as in Mary, M2 specifically. Couple of quick questions. Are the criteria being listed here, the requirements being listed here, a snapshot requirement at the point of approval, or does the accreditor have an obligation to continue to monitor each of these criteria over time?
I think it would, if that question to me, I think it would be both. I mean, you definitely want to do that at the point where the written arrangement, where they enter into written arrangement. And I think as part of an accreditor's normal, review processes, they will continue to look at these things.
So let me give you a not hypothetical example. Suppose there was an OPM that was flying high 5 years ago, shares trading at $96 per share. And today the shares are trading at 42 cents per share, and it has a going concern annotation in its financial statements. I would say that is just about as illustrative of significant concerns about that entity having adequate financial resources to deliver on promises it might have made 5 years ago. I don't know any accreditor that has taken any such action having approved that ineligible entity to get into the higher ed business by renting their logo and their Title IV eligibility. And that's, when people talk about these are not just essays, and when we object that most of these are sort of idealized statements that are honored only in the breach, to me, that is illustrative of where the problem is. That statements are made and commitments are recorded that are never enforced, even in the face of overwhelming evidence that really we are about to see the collapse of an entity that is hiding behind the brand names of some of our finest institutions in this country. And heaven only knows how many tens of thousands of students will be left holding the bag. I'll let people guess what that OPM, that not so fictitious OPM may be named.
Any other comments moving down the document? Yeah, Jamie, go ahead. You're muted, Jamie, I'm sorry.
So you didn't hear me say, oh, damn, about being muted. I just want to underscore what Herman said. The answer to that question lies in M3. I'm getting a little bleary here, but once the review has gone through, it is the obligation of the institution to satisfy the accreditor standards and the accreditor's obligation to assure that they do. If there are gaps in that, it is at the point of the institution, not the agents that it chooses, that it is getting the work, the results that it wants. And I'm not speaking to any specific examples. What we're doing is creating a structure, and then we can go after anybody who doesn't carry out their responsibility. And if there are shortcomings in what the institution is delivering, that's the right way to look at it. It's not to go back and directly look at the third party. It's to look the institution in the eyes. But 3 is the answer to where that responsibility for meeting standards continuously operates.
Scott, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I'm on the right page here, but I continue to have questions and concerns about the rationale and the context for the change to language around the requirement of additional site visits. And it would be helpful, based on the proposal that we put forth, to have a bit more clarity on. And I realize I'm asking this with whatever 3.5 hours, 2.5 hours left to go. But what is the rationale for a required site visit? What problems has the department seen that requires this change? And I'll stop there.
Yeah, I'll come in. I just want to make sure we're finished with the previous questions, more related to the written arrangements, and then I'm happy to talk a little bit about. I'm assuming now we would be down in paragraph E. So I'll start there then if there were no. So we just believe that it is important that site visits be conducted to as many additional locations as possible. You know, we heard comments from the previous sessions, and we tried to come back with some language to try to fit the middle ground. Now, I can give you anecdotal evidence based on complaints that we have gotten in about institutions, and in some cases, the complaints were related to locations that the agency hadn't reviewed or conducted site visits to. We've had some of those same types of complaints with clinical sites in some cases, where the agency had not been out to that clinical site. Again, we just think it's important that during an accreditation cycle, that an agency conduct site visits to as many additional locations as possible. And again, here we started with 25 because our research, I think we got some data from FSA that said most institutions have fewer than 25 locations. I think Donna's on; she can come in and jump in if I got that number, if I got that information incorrect. But that's where we came up with the 25 such locations, and we're giving options here. If things occur where an agency is not able to visit all those locations. So we think this language here is kind of a compromised position that still will require visits to more additional locations. And we also say that if you don't get to, if you don't review all those additional locations in the next accreditation cycle, you then have to go back and review a set of locations different from the ones you reviewed in that previous cycle. So that's our rationale for adding this language.
Is I guess one quick piece, would that data that you've reviewed, is that able to be shared in terms of how that informed the number of 25? The other thing, just in terms of a question, it would be helpful to hear the rationale around how the physical visit is going to help meet the different goals that are attached to the review, right? Academic control, adequate faculty, facilities, resources, institution is financially stable, institution has engaged in long-range planning for expansion. And again, I'll go back to some of the points I've made around the success, I think, of virtual site visits in the past. And that's one. And the other piece of this is just a reminder that who is going to be conducting these site visits, right? That those are volunteers from institutions who will have to kind of leave more often than not their day jobs to carry these tasks and responsibilities out. And I understand, it's not the only criteria, but I think we talk about risk, cost benefit analysis here, I think is an important component of the work that we need to do. And without a stronger rationale for the purpose and the data that's motivating it, I'm not clear around whether that benefit outweighs the costs.
Thank you, Scott. Jillian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have sort of a dumb question on page 29. So I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. So new D is speaking to instances where the school is not yet approved for Title IV, and this would be in process to be eligible for Title IV. And then E is speaking to presumably eligible Title IV students or institutions, or I suppose not, right, that are going through the accreditation cycle. Is that, am I understanding that correctly in terms of what the two different scenarios apply to?
Okay, I'm trying to follow you. So you're
so on page 29.
Okay.
D that starts with if the agency's accreditation of an institution enables the institution to seek eligibility. So I just want to be
Right.
clear, that section is applying just in cases where the institution is not yet eligible for Title IV, but they're going through the process of becoming eligible for Title IV. Is that accurate?
If the agency's accreditation enables the institution to seek eligibility, okay?
Okay, I just want to make sure I was reading it right, that in terms of the
Yes.
two different sort of thresholds and parameters for requiring additional location visits, that the new D is talking about instances where a school is intending to be or is planning to apply for Title IV eligibility, and then new E is instances where an institution is going through each
No.
accreditation cycle.
No, that means if the agency is already a Title IV gatekeeper.
Okay, so then I think I'm more confused by that answer, because I'm sorry if I'm the only one that doesn't get this. You guys have like, the end of the day on the last day. But so can you explain, I guess, I'm confused about how D and E work together, I guess, because I'm reading in D has a total of 3 or fewer physical locations, but then E uses this 25 location number. If I'm the only one who doesn't understand this, then we can move on, and I trust y'all. But this seems, Donna, help me.
Sorry. D is really focusing on when an institution seeks to add an additional location, the approval of that additional location, it has to, the agency standards have to include those items. C is E is ongoing visits to existing additional locations.
Got it. Now that you say it that way, I see that. For whatever reason, it doesn't read. It hasn't read that clearly to me. So I don't know if there's a way to make it clearer. It might be helpful.
I think part of the problem also, which I just noticed, is the existing language that says to seek eligibility to participate in. So
Correct.
that's not good language right there, and we can probably fix that.
Okay. Thank you for humoring me.
I'm glad we cleared it up. Any other, I think, almost at the end of this section by my count. Any other comment, feedback? Oh, sorry. Did I know someone?
I
Yeah.
have one thing to point out too.
Go ahead, Herman, and then I see Jameson.
failed to
Herman,
do
you go
that.
ahead.
Yeah, so I wanna look under 60224B. If we can go back up to that, because it wasn't. Yeah, 60224 Bravo, B.
24B?
24, yeah, 24 Bravo, 24B, yeah.
I have that on page 34 to the document share.
Yeah, let me get down there myself.
Sorry, one more time, 60224.
34, I think I misspoke, apologies.
Page 34, thank you.
Did I write it down?
Yep, right there.
I think I'm a little lost. Maybe it's, well, let me make sure. Should be, yeah, hold on. I am in the wrong place. Just give me 1 second, guys. I got so much open here.
We sympathize with finding your place in these regulations. I bet we could get consensus, but it's not easy.
I hate to slow up the process.
That's
so
okay.
much.
I don't think we quite reached 23B yet, but it does pertain to site visits, which I know was something that folks had raised. So if we're talking 22B.
Maybe, yeah, let me go back up. I probably wrote down the wrong. So I just want to make sure I'm in the right, because I did want to point one thing out to you all. Maybe I'm in the wrong place.
22B is on page 26. I know my ordering got messed up. 27. It's the bottom of 27.
Brady has gotten constant messages from me asking him what page we were on, as have
Yeah,
a
be
lot
careful
of
what you
people.
wish
If he
for.
doesn't
Yeah, you're
answer-
getting a live update. Yeah.
If he doesn't answer immediately, I just send it to the group. What page are we on?
Yeah. I tell you what, let's continue on now. I will, when I
We
get
can
to
circle
where I need
back.
to. Yeah, when I
Jamie,
get
I
to
know
go,
that you had your
we'll circle back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you. Keeps dropping. Scott made an important point. I think this is one of the hardest to understand what the problem is that we're trying to address, because we do need to go to places where we can learn something that's important, or to have institutions know that we're prepared to, or spot check, or alert to issues at campuses. I appreciate the effort to move, but without knowing the why, it was very hard to develop alternative language. I tried, but I'll tell you some of the questions that came up. The test should not be as many as possible. It should be how many are needed to carry out our responsibilities and make sure that institutions are operating their additional and branch locations successfully. So 25 may be a common number of branches, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to use the not unlimited resource of peer evaluator time or staff time, if that's allowable for this purpose, to do these visits. That there is a limit to that resource. I'll also reiterate that the institutional level issues that are listed there, you really don't necessarily go to the employer site location or the branch in Hanoi or Paris to figure out whether the institution is doing effective long-range planning or has the governance that's needed, or a curriculum that it offers in a variety of different places. Many of those can be done centrally. I'm sympathetic to Herman saying that there are complaints to agencies that sometimes tell us that there's a problem with either one or potentially a system of branch and additional locations. We'd be happy to follow up on them. But as I say, when I tried to craft an alternative, I would throw out things like, is it necessary to be required to visit every high school and middle school where there is an additional location? It seemed to me that that might be simple. Somebody said, no, they're often the ones that you most need to visit. Every time an institution has an additional location at a community college, which based on my look is a very common reason for some institutions to offer their program there. I said, what if accredited community colleges, wouldn't they know whether they were getting what they expected from the additional location at their college? Does a complaint, what kind of complaint, what kind of adjudicated complaint might warrant us to be required to visit? And the answers, and there were good answers to why some of these were both overbroad or inadequate. What it led to was where we were when we started. Accrediting agencies determine when to do it, and we get held to
30 seconds.
That we will do it thoroughly and successfully. We are not claiming to be perfect, but having us run around to all 25 locations of a very healthy institution, rather than focusing on the places where there are issues or improving systems if they are deficient, is just a better use of the time. And I would point out in the triggers, and I appreciate the addition of triggers, we're talking 13-year-old sanctions. If you talk about a full, for me, that would be the minimum time is plus 3 years. For some, it's 10 plus 3 years. You're talking about visiting every location for a school that was on warning 13 years ago, potentially.
Okay. Thank you. Was there any immediate response from the department? And Jamie, I know, did you have anything additional? Okay.
We could,
No,
yeah,
are...
we would just welcome any other suggestions.
Yeah.
They may have. I did find the place where I wanted to go. It is 60224B, and it's on page 34. And it's old language, but we meant to add some additional language there. So under B, where we have the agency may determine the appropriate composition of the evaluation body for these site visits, except that the evaluation body must include, we have educators and if appropriate practitioners. We meant to add in there academics, educators, and if appropriate, practitioners. And the reason for that is under 602.15A3, the composition of the decision-making body for an institutional accrediting agency only requires academics and administrators. So we didn't feel it was right here to now require institutional accrediting agents to use the term educator.
David, did you want to respond to that?
Clarifying question, since we are jumping around, that is the appropriate body for a site visit following a change of ownership or control, is that right? It's not saying that you have to have that's the way a site visit has to be done on the, if it were to become law, the routine every reaffirmation cycle visits.
No, every reaffirmation cycle would remain to be managed under 602.15. This is just specific when it comes to
teachers.
Yeah.
Right, I'm sorry, not teachers, for change of ownership.
Change of ownership, yeah. And again, we thought I thought I needed to say that because we're introducing educators in here and it's not required for institutional accrediting agencies in a normal circumstance. You can have anybody else you want, but we're saying that those three should be there, and practitioners if appropriate.
Thank you both. Carmen, because we have jumped ahead just a little bit, do you want to just walk us through, you want to go back and do 602.23?
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I did that. My brain just did not mean to do that. I got totally a little discombobulated there. Yeah, didn't mean to do that. All right, so we'll go back to, we can go back to 23. I think we're done with 22. So we will start with 602.23. And Brad, just keep me in line, man, if I do that again. Okay, so if we start under 602.23, we have additional language starting on page 31. And this is really related to public display of information. So we added, except that the agency must redact any information received from institution or third parties that it may designate under 602.31F for submission to the department. Again, this is under B, which is where we're requiring agencies to post all materials included in their application for initial or renewal of recognition. We made another change above that too. I think previously had 60 days and now we're saying 90 days. If we go down to C, we have some additional language there, which talks about including the opportunity for a comment from the institution's faculty, staff, and students when the institution proposes changing accrediting agencies. That's new language. And under D, which is basically, we're talking about review of complaints, we've added language or that the complaint did not first submit the complaint to the institutional program and allow the institutional program to reach a conclusion. And I think everything else under complaints, we've struck out 4. And then 2, we have additional language there, including agencies' processes for monitoring complaints, including acknowledgement complaints received to identify patterns of systematic non-compliance. So we've added language here. And when we go to E, some additional language under E. And again, here we referenced, 60220A and B, again, because of the many different statuses that or nomenclature that agencies use to identify, non-compliant situations. And let's see.
Looks like there's one change under F, and that's the end of that section.
Yeah, one change under F, and that's by ensuring that an institution or program subject to a probation or equivalent status, an adverse action, or any action that initiates the enforcement timelines, notifies the students, and if you scan down, of the status in a prominent manner, and require the notices to include the reasons for the consequence of any timeline associated with the action.
Okay, ready to take comments and feedback, Herman?
Yep, I'm ready to do it.
All right, we've got Erica, who's rejoining the table on behalf of private nonprofits, whose hand is up. So take it away, Erica.
Thank you. And I will share with all, accreditation is not an area that I knew very much about before this, and I'm still in a learning curve. So my question may be very naive. But in section on page 31, 60223B, about posting all materials included with an application for initial or renewal of recognition. And one of the accreditors that we work with had just shared with me a thought that if they're talking about initial working documents that are really not intended to be an accurate picture, they are really just working documents early in the review process, that posting those, is that part of what all means? And if so, no. Okay.
Oh, good. I didn't mean to cut you off. So
go ahead. That solves that.
Okay. So what we're talking about here is what the agency submits to us in their initial application. So they submit their initial application on our end. We would call that, their submission, and then we would complete a draft after that. So it's not, okay, if I'm understanding correctly, it's not, kind of their initial write-up or, things that their, processes or some of those initial conversation and writings that they do as part of this. What we're asking them to post is once they submit it to us, and then all of the supporting documentation associated with that initial submission.
Okay. Thank you. And if I could just ask a second question or share a second point. On the issue of complaints and the time submission, I'm in my real life, I'm a compliance officer, and I do sometimes have to deal with old complaints. And just an observation that it becomes problematic the older it is to have reliable information, because sometimes there's change of personnel or documentation is not present because it wasn't collected at the time, because there wasn't a concern about there being a complaint at the time. So I just offer that as, we do the best we can when we have to go back and look at old things, but it becomes even harder to resolve the older it is. So just a comment on those 5, on expanding to 5 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Erica. Jamie just let me know that Michael will be coming in for institutional accreditors. But first, I think we have Laura's hand up. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. So back to my point that I made earlier. This is there's a big change in E in terms of what when an enforcement timeline is triggered as it would be in 60220A or B. The institution has time. It has a year, 2 years, whatever its particular time frame is to come into compliance. This is a big change that it's requiring notification of the public and students and everybody whenever that is triggered. We already have requirements for notification when probation, for example, is triggered, or obviously revocation, denial, something like that. But whenever it's a very big change to say that whenever there's any compliance issue noted in an accreditation review, when the institution does have time to come into compliance, that everybody has to be notified about that. That's a huge change. And I don't think it's fair to institutions. I think it's confusing for students. I think it's a huge change and very problematic.
Doesn't look like the department is immediately ready to respond.
No, I was going to wait. Yeah, I was just going to wait in case someone
Laura,
has responses.
Did you have an additional commentary to offer?
Sorry, did I?
Yeah.
No, I mean, that was my commentary. I made it as well where this relates to other sections, but it's particularly problematic here because it triggers notice requirements, which I don't think is in the best interest of anybody. In this particular case, those compliance issues, they have a timeline to come into compliance. As long as they come into compliance, they're fine. The accreditor has not deemed that the institution is in danger of losing its accreditation over these things. They are just things that need to be fixed. And if the institution fixes them in the allowable amount of time that the regulations allow, then that should be sufficient. I think it's confusing to everybody to go out and try to, notify folks about all of those instances that happen.
Okay, thank you. Mike, go ahead, Herman, if you wanted to respond.
No, I was saying I can respond individually. I was trying to wait to see if anyone else had a comment related to what Laura's talking about under 2 on page 32.
Okay.
And then I was just going to respond in general.
We can take Michael's comment first. Go ahead,
Okay.
Michael.
Thank you. Yeah, my comment is really under 602.23.
Okay.
And the requirement for agencies to post the petitions for re-recognition and all of the accompanying materials that go along with that. And I just want to give some context to that. It's having just recently gone through a process. We have hundreds of exhibits that support a petition for re-recognition. They have significant, what would otherwise be considered confidential information for the institutions. And while, there are opportunities for redaction of PII and for opportunities to exempt certain information, to require private agencies going through this process voluntarily to, put hundreds of documents up for public review, when we have a very capable education accreditation division staff to review this information, and we have an opportunity for the public to get it through a FOIA request, seems to me to be sufficient. There are protections that are built into FOIA for both institutions and for individuals. And these documents are so huge that that these additional posting requirements can lead to mistakes, can lead to the disclosure of either publicly personally identifiable information or other information that would otherwise be confidential. So if I have no issue with posting narratives, over 100 narratives that are part of the petition process that go through these regulations and require a narrative response from institutions, but the hundreds of additional exhibits. So I would ask under 602.23b that be recast to simply require the the narrative portions of the petition. And if the department won't go in that direction, then I would also ask that you allow for agencies to also, if their rules otherwise determine something to be confidential, that information can be marked as exempt as well.
Thank you, Michael. Herman, do you want to just take the remainder of the comments, then sort of respond in general to the points you've heard?
Yeah, I just want to go back to, to Laura's comment. I didn't want to make her wait for a response. One thing here, we do think it's important. Again, if it's something that initiates the enforcement timelines, then we think that should be reported. And the way that the regulations are written now, it talks about probation or equivalent status, and that could leave out situations that could indicate a significant non-compliant issue. Plus, in 2, we're also saying that the institution includes the reason for the notification. So if it is something minor, students or folks at the institution can see that, and they can evaluate, that. So again, we just think it's important that if there's an action taken that starts that enforcement timeline, then that could be at some point detrimental, because then if the if the institution doesn't demonstrate compliance and further action needs to be taken, we just think that making people aware of that at an early point is important. We definitely think it's important for students to know.
Okay, thank you. I'll take Barmack and then Carolyn. But Barmack, go ahead.
Addressing Michael's point, I think he used the word agencies are voluntarily submitting themselves to this process. He's right. It's a voluntary process. If you don't want to be federally recognized, you would be relieved of all of these obligations. There is no state police power being deployed here. This is essentially an application for the privilege of serving as a recognized, accreditor. The burden associated with those kinds of disclosures and with transparency in general are real. I certainly do not debate that, but I want my accreditor friends to also be cognizant of the opacity of the process. This is an extraordinarily opaque process, and people are willing to trust a black box as long as it works. So if accreditation worked and we didn't have the torrent of abuse that we have witnessed, I know all of them are 10 years or older, but there's plenty of evidence that as this committee is deliberating, there are vets being enrolled in lousy programs enjoying full accreditation. I would bet my life on that proposition. Okay, so given the fact that accreditation is contrary to the satisfaction that the institutions and accreditors seem to enjoy with the process and with the outcomes that they generate, the public and certainly students have lost faith in accreditation, because on the ground, it is actually not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It is supposed to weed out the worst actors. Don't point to me at how many airplanes took off at National Airport with no incidents, because one airplane having a problem should sound the alarm. And here we have airplanes crashing on a daily basis when it comes to institutional accreditation, and everybody is saying, don't look over here, look over there, look at the good ones, don't mind the bad ones. There are a few bad apples. They're generating a lot of hardship. It just breaks my heart when I hear veterans being robbed of their GI benefits, all of their GI benefits, plus being forced into debt by entities that then proudly indicate their full accreditation status to the next victim. So, yeah, we want to know what abracadabra is going on the inside that somehow satisfies the procedural requirements and yet generates these terrible outcomes.
All right, Carolyn.
Barmax said a lot of what I wanted to say about the need for these changes. I agree with what he just said about the problems that we see in the accreditation system. More specifically, I wanted to respond to the comments about the department's proposal that during the recognition process, accreditors be required to post publicly the documentation that they have submitted to the department. I think this is extremely important, and I strongly support the department's proposal here because it helps make sure that the public actually can participate and understand what's happening in the recognition process, which otherwise they cannot. The fact that something is available through a FOIA request is not helpful in this case because of the timing of the situation. The FOIA request takes too long to be meaningful as a mechanism for obtaining public availability of the document, especially because the comments on the recognition process are due so far in advance of the actual meeting. Also, agencies are already required to review the documents that they're sending to Ed for any potential need for redactions under FOIA. So this doesn't really add to the burden as much as codify the existing burden and make it easier for outside the public and outside observers to understand what's actually happening with the recognition process and to meaningfully contribute to commenting on this.
All right, Erica, so you're here next.
Yes, I'll be brief. In the middle of this page that is up. Oh, no, it got moved. Could you go to page 32? The middle of page 32. Stop there, please. Are there two parenthetical twos here? One beginning with adequately and one beginning with review?
Let's see where are we at here on page 32.
Right. So page 32, which is
Yeah, there does seem to be a numbering error.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a numbering error.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just want to make sure one of those wasn't meant to be deleted. Thank you.
All right, Jamie, go ahead. There you go.
It breaks my heart too. I listened to the public comment with exactly the same concern for those students that you have. The question is not whether we need to improve. All of the players in this process need to improve. The question is how. We're talking about ways to get to better results that put our focus, our resources, our volunteers in the right places. So we didn't object, for example, to additional location visits where there is a problem, where there is an issue, but we think we shouldn't be distracted from doing that. We sincerely mean to improve the system, and my observation is that accreditors are doing better, faster, stricter. The department acknowledged that they didn't have numbers about how long it takes to come to a conclusive withdrawal or sanction. I think that would help us. We are doing everything we are agreeing to a whole lot of the things that the department and advocates understand or believe that that would help us both open that black box, because I agree it is not sufficiently well understood, and also allow agencies the room to decide where their resources can best be placed to accomplish this and to be held to task for the results. Many of these provisions do that effectively. Nisiki and the department are working on all of those, but distracting us with things that are not helpful only takes away from the momentum that's going on in those directions. So Carolyn's and Barmack's point about helping people understand what's going on is well taken. The petition and the narrative from the agency would do that. But it's a fair point that The exchanges with institutions, the detailed documentation about every letter that we sent, every examples of submissions to us from the institutions are the risk and the burden outweighs the value to the public in the availability of those. I think the story that you're looking for is well told in the narrative and in the questions that can be asked from that hold us to task.
All right, thank you all. Unless there are more comments on this section, it might be appropriate to move to the next area of the document, which I believe is 602.24. Do folks want a short break? The intent obviously is to keep going through this document for the remainder of the day. So I want to be cognizant of how, the pace of conversation. Do we want to walk through this section, take a quick 10-minute break, and then come back and pick up the discussion? Or do folks want to keep going?
I think we should take a 10-minute break after Herman goes through this section.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, Herman, take it away.
Can we, I put in the group if we could finish before taking a break. Let's
You mean
just
finish
get
the
through all of
discussion
it,
on 602.24?
or the whole paper.
I have been getting a few requests to take a short break. I'm trying to figure out the best place for all of you to entertain that process request.
In as much as we're going to have to take a break, I think it makes sense to have Herman walk through this then take.
Yeah, just to have folks prepare their comments and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start on 24. I think I said this before. Again, we made updates and changes here, based on previous comments. So I'll try to stay in order this time as we go through. I think we're now on page 34. Is that right?
Yep, I have. The changes start on page 34, but
changes start on page 34. Under C, teach out plans and agreements. We may change there based on comments. I don't know if we're sharing a document yet.
Would you mind resharing the document? Our screen share may have stepped away.
Hey, do we want to? I don't want folks to be confused, so I don't know if you want to go through it without it being shared.
I think maybe run through the changes, and then once we resume, we can probably have the screen sharing figured out.
Greg, are you good with? Yeah, I just want to make okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Joe's out there or.
Okay.
Somehow it froze up. I think I'm back. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes,
we got
we
you
can
now,
hear
Joe. Yeah, we can hear you now. Joe.
All right. There we go.
If you're able to, Joe, just on page 34 is where the changes begin. Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, we'll get started here. This is a pretty large session. So we'll go through one by one. Under C, teach out plans and agreements. We took some suggestions here and removed renewal, so it's only applicable to initial accreditation. Under 2, we have some highlighted language there. Basically required to submit updates of his existing teach out plans, again, as required under 602 and annually until the issue is resolved. Under Romanet 2, I've added some language here. The agency accepts to place the institution of the agency acts, to place the institution or program on probation or equivalent status, or takes any other formal action against the institution related to its financial condition. now. I think we're down to, yeah, page 35, is that right? Has some additional language under 6. Nothing too significant there. I won't read that to you all. Then we get down to page 36. Language changes under I. And here, this is, we basically think that there's some stability there and good experience for adding the 2-year requirement. Has operated such a program for at least 2 years. So we will continue down. Just a correction there of where information is located. The last item on page 36. And then if we go down to page 37, there are some significant changes under transfer of credit. Again, a lot of these came from committee comments and suggestions.
I believe, Herman, the last change in this section relate to subsection E, transfer of credit policy. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I think that's it in this. That's it in this section. I'm not gonna read that all to everybody. Your folks can see that, and then we can have discussion on it when we get back.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your indulgence on that. Let's take a 10-minute break. Feel free to begin queuing now. You can hold your place. You've got a comment or a suggestion or new proposal. But we will pick back up live at 2:37 Eastern. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that short break. It's my understanding, Herman, you wanted to make a brief clarification before we solicit Joe and Jillian's comments.
Yeah, and okay, so this is really we're gonna go back to the discussion, a real quick discussion we had under 602.22, and we're gonna go to E. And I would just ask Jamie and Scott maybe to put some language maybe in the chat about, the site visits to additional locations. The other point I want to make, and Donna, you jump in if I forget something here, is that we're going to move to the beginning of E, bring down Title IV eligibility. So that may further indicate that you wouldn't have to look at additional locations that weren't Title IV eligible. Okay.
That's pages 29, 30, where those.
Yeah, 29. Yeah.
Yep, gotcha.
Yeah. So we're gonna ask Jamie and Scott if they have some language there that they wanna submit, and then under E, just before just the agency must have effective mechanisms. We're just gonna bring down the Title IV eligibility there, so that would just alert people that the additional locations, they wouldn't have to look at anything that wasn't Title IV eligible physical location. Donna, did I get everything there?
Yeah, we just noticed that we also have to flip the additional physical. It says additional physical location. Oh, yeah. We're going to flip to physical additional locations to make it consistent with what we did in the other provision.
All right, thank you both. Jamie, did you want to?
Yeah.
Yep,
Could I follow up on that? I think if this were, and I mean no disrespect to the process, but if this were a game show, I'd be looking for a lifeline. One dilemma I have is that I am not familiar enough with dual enrollment programs because I don't accredit community colleges and I don't know the scope of it with my institutions. So I don't know how that would relate, if at all, to high school. Joe may know more about this, but I don't know whether that would mean that high schools and middle schools did not need to be visited. And I got the question, I mean, that may be an appropriate line for you to draw. It's not exactly the same as the one I mentioned asking about. But how much that would change the obligation is just not something that I happen to know well because I don't know the relationship of Title IV to dual enrollment students.
Yeah, I think Donna,
to the extent that would answer the question about the expense and relevance of visiting international additional locations and branch locations, while we would miss the expanded requirement to travel to all parts of the world, that to me sounds like a reasonable, a helpful improvement in that regard.
Yeah, and Jamie, just so I can answer the part about international, since those things are not covered in your activity overseas, are not covered in the recognition process, that definitely would not be included. Here.
I'm agreeing that would.
Okay. Yeah.
That was one of the places where expense without apparent need, we would visit them if we thought it went to the institution's quality ability, but not be required to. I think that's helpful. I'm just hoping that somebody else on the call knows more about.
I was going to say, John, my Zoom screen is small.
And I'm not trying to get ahead in my next comment, but I would say that, I mean, most high schools, the students are not Title IV eligible. However, in that pilot project that took place several years ago with High School Pell, but I would also say that there are visits occasionally if 50% or more of a degree program is offered at that high school. However, they're not Title IV eligible, but we have had some visits to our programs. So, but my understanding is from my alternate at Middle States, they have no visits to high schools.
Thank you both. Any other additional comments on this section? Seeing none, I think we can jump back to, I think the first changes are on page 34. That's 602.24. And my order might have gotten juggled a little bit, but Joe, I had your hand up first for comments on this, and then we'll go to Jillian.
Okay, so I want to thank the department for the inclusion of transfer in this section. You know, too often for community colleges, there is an inequitable or transfer policies are inequitable for our students. And so knowing that the quality of the education that takes place at community colleges is equivalent, this is very helpful for us. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of our students as well as the faculty who teach those students. Thank you.
Thank you. Jillian, go ahead.
Thanks. I just have a couple comments. So first on page 34, on Romanet 2 under section 2, where it talks about, and this might just be my own ignorance, so thanks again for bearing with me. I don't know what the definition is of other formal action. Is that a definition that's codified somewhere, or can somebody just explain maybe what that means? Other formal action against institution.
Let's see where you are.
Yep, right. Yep, you got it.
I think that would, we're also talking about, I think when we say here, other formal action, I guess it's related to his finances, I would say that would probably have to do with a status, issued by FSA, whether it's a HCM2 or something, or something, something like that, something related to that.
So that when it says, I'm sorry, where it says the agency, it's not talking about the creditor. I guess what I think I heard you say is it's talking about a department action, but I thought I was reading it as like the accreditor places the institution on probation.
On probation or equivalent status. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. My mistake. And in that case, I think it would mean, in that case, I think it would mean any other action that an agency might take related to finances. I think it would all point out to a non-compliant action, but that does look like it's a little confusing. So maybe we could probably remove that.
Okay, I guess I would just invite, of course, Jamie or whoever at Laura, if you want to chime in on this. I don't know. Maybe you know what formal action means. I would just want to be clear about what that means for the agency and also what it means for an institution. So just flag that. And then under Romanet 3, we had submitted language and would just encourage the department again on the provisional certification to actually cite the reg, which I think is 668.13C1, which is specific about what the actual triggers are for provisional, just to highlight the comments that I made last session. And I think maybe Joellen did too. I might be misspeaking about instances where we know the department has put institutions on provisional status, largely due to, I think, a backlog of paperwork at the department. So it just strongly encourage the department, especially since in the lower sections where it talks about like reimbursement, payment methods, and HCM, there's also language or regulatory citations down there about what exactly is being specified. I would just strongly encourage the department to actually cite to the provisional certification regulatory citation.
And then Jillian, it looks like you might have a response to that question you had. Did you have more comments? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh yeah, I just have one other comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and then down on the transfer credit policy section on page 37, I made this comment last time as well, but I just feel like it's worth repeating since something has changed, which is I'm all in favor, of course, of more disclosure of information to help transfer students understand what they might expect at institutions that they're looking at, and I'm largely fine with most of the language here in terms of what needs to be included in sort of publicly disclosed information at transfer students. But I really feel like Romanet 1, where it says the average time to completion for transfer students, no matter what, will be a really misleading piece of information for students, because we know that transfer students, there is no average transfer student, right? We can come up with an average number, but in 99.9% of the cases, it will not be reflective of what that individual student's experience will be, because they are bringing in a different number of transfer credits, or they'll be moving at a different pace through their program. And so I feel like it's misleading to students to put a number out there that cites to
30 seconds.
Yep, the average time to complete for a transfer student, when it will either overstate or understate the amount of time it will take that student, I feel like, to the student's detriment. So I'm all about, like, we can even throw more stuff on here about what to disclose to transfer students about their experience, but I feel like that's a really dangerous element to include, just given my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. And then Jamie, your hand was up. Did you want to respond to Jillian's question from earlier? Or did you have new comments? And you're muted right now, apologies. Jamie, you're muted right now. Hold on, we can come back to you. Scott,
I'm sorry, you didn't hear. What I said was, did you miss my comment?
We did, yeah, sorry.
Formal action and provisional, so I'll step away, get in line.
Okay, thank you. And I neglected to mention earlier, but we have Scott come back to the table for private nonprofits, and his hand is up. So go ahead, Scott.
I have a question about the additional locations piece, because I know there was some language, and I have a question about credit transfer too, but there was some language introduced around international military bases, and I don't know if the department would be open to language related to that. I know it was submitted previously, but not kind of incorporated. I don't know if you can answer that easily right now, but it's a question.
Yeah, I think Scott, maybe our last comment may address that, because we don't, any of the accrediting activities, overseas, we wouldn't, unless I'm misunderstanding that question, but we wouldn't include that in the additional locations that needed to be reviewed.
Okay. Jamie, do you have something to add there?
Yeah, one piece is following right up on international. I understand the department does not have an interest in the accreditation of an international institution.
Right, I got it, yeah.
An institution of another country. But if a domestic institution has branch locations elsewhere, those students would be eligible for Title IV through their home base while studying. And I can tell you, Hanoi, locations all over the world. I believe that those students are participating in Title IV while they are at the branch of their accredited institution.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They are.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that relates to Scott's question about military, but they presumably would be eligible for both Title IV and VA, DOD, et cetera, benefits.
Yeah, thanks for that correction, Jamie. I agree.
So, okay, so back to
we'll take that back.
Foreign countries.
All right, I see Barmack, your hand is up next, so go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but first of all, a secretarially recognized accreditor engaging in accreditation activities internationally has consequences for the U.S. higher education system. About 14, 15 years ago, a secretarially recognized accreditor ended up accrediting, I believe it was called the American University for Humanities, AUH, in Tbilisi, Georgia. It was not a Title IV participating institution, but the fact that a secretarially recognized accreditor was rubber stamping it gave it enormous credibility to engage in practices that many of us at the time viewed, particularly in light of the past activities of its founders as just a de facto diploma mill. And the idea here is, why is the accreditor reaching so far out in places whose language it doesn't speak, where it has no local understanding? It's sort of like me taking a foreign delegation to Cambridge, showing them Harvard's buildings and saying that's all mine. And they don't speak English, they don't know anything about ownership practices in the US. So it's a problem. And I just don't see any reason to exempt international locations, certainly just because they're international, even if we don't want to take into account the credibility of the accreditor that rubber stamps entities outside the US, regardless of whether they're Title IV eligible or not. Certainly in the case of Title IV eligible locations, either don't get involved overseas, or if you do have the resources to make sure the place exists, it has the adequate facilities, faculty, et cetera, et cetera. So I wouldn't give a pass just because it's expensive to go to Hanoi. If it's that expensive, don't do business in Hanoi.
Okay, thank you, Barmack. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, and I've asked this question before, around the policy statement around Romanet 2 credit transfer acceptance rates. One, how those are measured in a standardized way across institutions, in a way that can actually work for a student who needs to make informed decisions. And I say that coming from an institution that does transfer as well as any institution in the country. So I want to help students understand how they can get closer to a degree and how to recognize the learning that they've done, no matter where it has come from. I just don't think we have and maybe it's for us to figure out. We're going to spend a lot of time trying to do it. And then the second part of it around how we then apply those rates to general education versus the program of study, when general education, again, varies pretty dramatically across institutions. And I can understand, the issues within a given system where that's the case, and from a community college to a state agency that are all part of the same. So I get all the issues and problems. I just don't know if the policy language is solving the issue. I think some more work needs to be done around, what would be a really good approach here. And then the other one is around requiring an institution to provide an explanation for any institution from which it does not accept credits. One, there's a whole universe of institutions that haven't presented credits to institutions. Again, I understand the intent. I don't think this language solves the problem. So, I think the first few are getting us a little bit farther here, and then maybe underneath that we can do a little more work to figure out the logistics and the practice in a way that really does work for students. I think we're going to confuse things for them. That's my concern.
Thank you, Scott. Jamie, go ahead. You're muted right now, Jamie.
My space bar is not working. Unmute. I apologize, everybody. The transfer of credit area is one that is tremendously important to policymakers. The department had a really good transfer of credit convening a few months ago, and WASC has been working with some of the leading people on and who have an advisory group about transfer policy and research to try to think what we could do, including providing guidance to accreditors about how, even though we do not make the credit transfer decisions for an institution, how we can do things by asking about it and asking how well an institution does it. Because of our ability to drive student achievement results. That's the hook by which we are really connected to transfer. I think Scott put it well when he talked about the risk of confusion, and putting people's effort into creating numbers that won't tell people much when what they should be doing is evaluating their credit acceptance policies, building bridges to institutions so they can accept more credits, advising students better and faster so they can know where they stand and make good decisions. So I think the first part it is more understandable, more likely to have some value. But asking the accrediting agency to ensure that policies are effective in ensuring the success of students is vague, not really what we do, and hard to imagine how we would carry that out. Even as we say, who are your students? Are they succeeding? And have you looked at the success rates of students in different categories, including, for example, transfer, as well as many others? The average time to completion is impossible. I'm sure Barmek has some wonderful way of saying that it would be a number, but it would be an average of the person who brought 3 credits and the person who was on the brink of completion. And I just can't imagine how you calculate little Romanet 2 general education credits and requirements for the program of study, since you don't know that till the person has left and completed their program.
30
if you
seconds.
present with credits at the beginning before you know what your major might be or how you will apply them. And finally, assess the institution's rates seems very odd. I'd rather assess student performance the way we do and the way we're expected to do than try to do what's in number 3. It'd be more valuable for students.
Thank you, Jamie. Go ahead, Barmek.
I was just going to, first of all, I think Scott is right in pointing out that it's very easy to say I accept credits without necessarily recognizing the credits as satisfying a particular bucket of requirements. You can have gen ed, you can have electives, you can have required courses. On the point on number 3, as this business of provide an explanation for any such institutions from which it doesn't accept credits. This was not intended as a sort of a public disclosure help. This was, my recollection is that it was an attempt at teasing out what's going on, because credits transfer typically on the basis of satisfying 3 requirements: quality, comparability, applicability. And if you look at the restriction in 3 that says also accredited by the same agency. So accreditation is supposed to assure quality of 2 institutions, University of Chicago and University of Phoenix, to take 2 major American cities, both accredited by the same accreditor. If the University of Chicago systematically does not accept credits from the University of Phoenix, even though they are the same course and they seem to apply to the same program, that raises a question about the quality assurance practices of the accreditor, because quality would be the only other basis for denying the credit transfer. So I think that's the department's attempt at getting at that notion. I don't know how well understood that is, but I thought that might.
Thank you, Barmek. Any other comments on 602.24? Jamie, go ahead. You're muted again.
The test really goes to the legs of comparability. So when I think about it, I think about the example of a person who took a psychology course and wants to transfer to a specialized psychology institution that's preparing people for clinical degrees. They may need different things. Similarly, we have people who may have taken biology someplace who then want to transfer into a nursing program at another institution. The comparability and applicability questions that you're describing may well apply, and they may not be able to use those credits toward that need for the building blocks of the program that they're talking about. That doesn't mean it wasn't quality in the first place where it was delivered for that purpose. It just isn't something you can carry over. In my experience, people don't say we won't take credits from X school. They say we will take credits that do this or include that or that are sufficiently comparable to what we're doing over here. So I think emphasizing what promises are made and that those promises are honest to people, the whole, misleadingness, the timing of making the decisions and having the institutions be clear and meet their own qualitative standards are really important. And I share your sense the problem is not just taking credits because it doesn't help people to just pile up credits that don't help them move toward the degree and program that they want. And we are working on that.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Herman, was there any other specific areas you wanted to solicit the negotiators to focus on or potentially contribute proposals or new language on? Or would you like to move on?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back and make sure.
1 second, there were a lot of pieces within 24.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
It was 1 second too. Is this the last call, Brady, on?
I think Herman maybe wanted to direct our attention elsewhere. So Herman, do you want to move us back to the document? Then Jamie, we can come back to you.
No, I just wanted to, I think if there's no other comment, we can move. I just wanted to go back to and make sure that that Scott understood, because I think when I responded, it was in muddle with some other folks that we would take back his concerns about the additional locations to the military institutions, which is in conjunction with what Jamie was discussing earlier about, if they're, if it has, U.S. students in there that would be Title IV eligible. So I just wanted both of them to know that we'll take that back and talk about that. I just didn't want that to be lost in conversation.
Great, thank you. It looks like he's acknowledging that in chat. So
okay.
Yeah, Jamie, go ahead.
I know we're jumping around a little, but page 36, that's for Jessica. And for me, in little I at the top, has operated such a program for at least 2 years. I was wondering why I didn't share Robin's concern that was important when I remembered that a program that's been operated for less than 2 years will have gone through a substantive change review. It has gotten approval to add that program. So in fact, it has the freshest review at that institution. And because there are some cases in which the new program is provided in part to help people make that transition. I think it serves the ability of students to move to a place that's been reviewed, and I don't see any risk in the quality of the program. So I'm just trying to have as many quality avenues for students to go to under these circumstances, because that's the real challenge at that juncture.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Robin next.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is when a school doesn't have any experience offering a program and suddenly takes on the program just to teach out the students. So that's my primary concern, because I see that happen a lot. And it really doesn't serve the students, because often either the teachers aren't qualified, or they lack the equipment necessary to train the students, or they don't have the correct certifications to be able to train the students in the technology that they need to be certified in. So that's why I had suggested the 2 years, because it seems like a program should be well established before we're sending over closed school students who've been devastated by a closure to another program in another school. It really should have a demonstrated history of being a good program. So that's my main concern. So I think it would be good to keep this provision or something comparable.
Thank you, Robin. Jamie, go ahead.
If it doesn't have the quality, the faculty, the equipment, the capacity, the ability to do it, then it should neither be approved nor able to take more students. So it goes to a root problem. The effect of this provision would eliminate some very good new programs that were established, or some transition plans that were well reviewed and give students a home and a base. Without getting into examples, I'm familiar with situations in which the program that was either shifted or that was relatively new at a place would be the best kind of opportunity for students. And sometimes, and the time to find a good program matters a lot to the students at that. So I respect that you're operating from what you've seen, and I would just like to say I'd rather clean up the problems that you've seen than create a regulation that creates a set of barriers against what might be some of the best options.
All right, Barman.
Unfortunately, the opportunity to clean up the root cause has already been lost because we didn't accomplish what we needed to do with substantive change. I know Jamie will remember in the aftermath of the collapse of Corinthian, the department facilitated, quote unquote, the sale of some of its campuses to a nonprofit entity which maintained them despite its complete lack of prior experience, not only running a program or the program in question, any program. They had never run schools. It was a debt collection operation that decided to attempt to run these institutions, and it didn't work out well. So I think it is important that whoever we hand these people who have already been victimized once, that whoever we hand them to have at least a modicum of prior experience before we decide to roll the dice and just hope for the best, which is typically what we do. We, in the moments of crisis, which is by definition when teach outs matter most, I think everybody is vested in good faith in many cases, hoping against hope that they can somehow manage to transition the student to a workable place where they can finish the program. And those are very dangerous transition points, because that's the point at which you're just internally incentivized to believe somehow that despite all the evidence to the contrary, things will work out. And they typically don't, and they haven't.
Thank you, Robin. Go ahead.
And I just want to say, well, this shouldn't happen, and I wish it didn't. This scenario I described, where either the faculty aren't qualified, or they don't have the equipment, or they don't have the appropriate certifications. I see that happen a lot. So it is an issue. It is something that is happening and needs to be addressed. My purpose is just to make sure that people who are getting offered teach outs are being offered high quality programs.
Thank you, Robin. Barring any additional new comments, potential proposals, concepts, that might help to solicit a last call for feedback on 602.24 at this point. I know we've had a lot of conversation. Herman, anything else you'd want to ask of the committee? Do you want to move to, I think the next section would be 602.26.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's the first page is the bottom of page 39.
Yeah. So if we're there, the only change here we're asking is the decision letters, and then we came back with a compromise or clear explanation in writing of the reasons, again, for the final decision of probation action. If we move on to C, basically the same language there, provides a decision letter or clear explanation in writing. Again, it's of the following actions. These are all adverse actions under 1 and 2 of C. And then 3, we added a final decision to take another action that indicates an area of non-compliance with the agency standards, such as warning, accreditation with conditions, probation, show cause, or similar action, or a decision letter to defer an institution of programs renewal of accreditation. And I just want to say here, we said such as, so that language there is not, it's just not limited to what we have listed. Changes under D, where we're asking to make sure that the agency updates its website and directory, based on accreditation decisions. If you continue reading that, it's talking about within 1 business day of its notice to the institutional program. And under C, again, minor changes there. Clear explanation of the reason for the agency's decision. We struck a brief statement summarizing the reason for the agency's decision and added that language. Under F, just some language, additional language for reporting for any decisions under paragraph C3. We want protect prospective students, to be notified within 7 days. So I think that is all of the language changes that are under 60226, and open up for comments for 26.
Great, thank you. Jamie, take us away.
A quick one. It's in C3, and it refers to, and maybe the answer's within it. My concern was that a deferral may not indicate non-compliance, and it would be confusing to students, and it would be confusing to publish and make a big deal about a decision to defer that might not be related to non-compliance. In fact, if there is non-compliance, you would have to act on that. Deferral could be for reasons like needing additional information, or there are times when a commission even says, we ran out of time today, we're going to do it next week.
I agree.
Okay. Students don't really need to get a notice about a deferral that makes them nervous about the status of their school. They do need to get notice about all of those other things.
That is definitely something we'll consider, Jamie.
All right, anyone else? Any other areas you'd specifically like to solicit feedback from the negotiators, Herman?
Nope, I don't think so.
Right. It's amenable to the group. I think we can move on to 602.27. It looks like there's a minor change there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we talked about this one a little in conversation previously, but yeah, we're just adding to report information on the number updated annually of U.S. institutions that have applied for initial accreditation to the agency.
Gotcha. Anyone on the committee have a feedback, question, comment on the change in 602.27? Seeing no hands, I think we can move down. And right now, Herman, the next change that I see, I think it's on the screen, is the bottom of page 44 under subsection F of 602.30.
Right. And not too much there, just to just a strike through. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one that I see is the top of page 47.
Yeah. And we will go there. Yeah, and just a minor change there. I won't read that one.
Any questions, comments, feedback from any of the negotiators? As we keep, I think the next change is 49, but I want to note that Eric is returning to the table for private nonprofits.
And these are just additions to our to the recommendation language. And this is recommendation language that department staff would make.
Not seeing any immediate reactions. I think the next change is on 51.
Okay. Again, same thing. Well, this is recommendation language.
Yeah. I believe 53 is the same language. That's the next modification.
Yep, same thing for consistency. Yep, just about same thing.
Yeah, Jamie, sorry, feel free to stop me if I'm moving too fast. You're on mute, by the way. Oh, you remuted yourself, I think. There you go.
Is there any place where there's an indication of what criteria the secretary or his or her, I guess the right language is, their designated official would make a determination about limitations on the number of institutions or programs that an accreditor may approve?
Jamie, could you say that again? I want to make sure I'm understanding.
Is there any benchmark, guidance, anything beyond the words that the individual may limit the number of institutions an accreditor may approve? Is there any test or criteria that would apply to that determination? It seems.
No, I think, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Go ahead, Herman.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when we get to the, when we're talking about the senior department official's decision, he would make that decision based on, so there's no criteria. He would make that recommendation based on all the information that was in the record that was discussed, the staff recommendation and the CICI recommendation, any of the comments, what's in the transcript. So he would make a decision based on all of that information.
May I follow up? Would the accreditor have an ability at some point to speak to the appropriate number if the official were considering a limitation? Where in the process would it be able to speak to its capacity or the reasonableness of that decision?
Yeah, and that's already written in the regulations. I'll have to find the specific provisions. Donna may get to it before I do, but I think, 10 days after the meeting, there's a couple of places where you get a chance to make your responses and provide additional information. I'll have to look for the specific places where that's built in. I think it's 60235.
Recording in progress.
The 10-day window is, if I recall, it's
recording stopped.
objection or revision, isn't it, to the decision rather, and I'm wondering whether in the process of
Recording in progress.
Oppositional, but is, getting a chance to weigh in. I know Nasiki can make a recommendation, so if Nasiki opens the question, don't you think we should restrict the number? Maybe the agency gets a chance there if Nasiki thinks about it while the agency is still before them.
Recording stopped.
Is everybody else getting a recording on and off?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting that as well.
I was going to say sometimes the live team does that if there's disruptions on the team's broadcast, just so they can have a contiguous feed. I'm not quite sure what happened this time, but sorry for the disruption.
That's okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Is there a chance for, in a constructive way, to engage with it as opposed to having a decision that the agency is trying to come back from or understand and correct?
Yes, I think there's two. I think if you go under 60235, that's where, so at that point, and that's responding to the advisory committee's, recommendation. And that's where all of the correspondence that, that an agency allows to make, that starts that process. At the NACICI meeting, of course, you can once staff has made their recommendation, the agency gets to comment on that, on all those proceedings. But then once the NACICI makes their recommendations, staff makes their recommendations, those things go forward. And then under 60235, that's when you get to A, when it talks about within 10 days following the publication of the transcript, added language, the advisory committee meets, the agency department staff may submit comments to the senior department official. That starts that process where you can provide additional information to try to, to basically say anything you want to say about the recommendations that have come from the NACICI and staff.
And it looks like Donna wanted to weigh in as well. Go ahead, Donna.
Donna, you can come in and weigh in too.
Yeah, Jamie, what I wanted to say is limitations always been part of the regulation in terms of, it's in the current regulations in terms of one of the remedies that the senior department official has and something that can be recommended by NACICI or the staff. So this is really just trying to put some descriptors around what a limitation might look like. So that's really all this is. So you would have the same procedural protections that you have in the process anyway, which is, as Herman said, if NACICI does it, if NACICI decides to recommend the limitation, then you would be able to comment on it. If the senior department official did it based on something that wasn't already in the record, you have protections there. So this is just a little bit more description.
So you're saying this is really an expansion of what limit means, or the examples of limit, not
an
adding
example.
right to limit, which was Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
The limitations also in the statute. So this is just, these are, because people sometimes don't know what limit means. So these are just ways that a limitation might be effectuated.
Got it.
Okay, thank you all. So I know we're like midway through sections right now. The next change that I see chronologically in the document, I believe, is 58, which is the same text that's been inserted the last few sections. But negotiators should feel free to stop me if they've got questions, feedback, or comments on any of this. If not, I believe the next area of change is page 61, 604.12 approval standards.
Yeah, that is the next one. And so here, we're now under 604, which is basically which are the new regs we're proposing for state boards of nursing. And yeah, we are on page 61. Here we scratched refund policies based on the comments. But I would like to add, we're also considering, because we heard at the most recent NASIKI meeting that there is a state board of nursing that is the only approver / accreditor for a couple of nursing programs within their states. So they don't have any other institutional accrediting agency. So again, we stricken it here because of, comments that we got, but then in the NASIKI meeting, we got some additional information from one of the state boards of nursing that just appeared this time. So that's it. And I don't know if Amy is at the table, but I just wanted to explain that. Okay, I just wanted to explain that. And then under D, which is under site visits, that would be on, page 62.
Okay, so let me back up. So under approval standards, you stricken refund policies, but you're going to put it back in?
We are considering information that we got from the NASIKI meeting.
Can it be explained further there, refund policies if the State Board of Nursing is the Title IV gatekeeper?
It wouldn't say Title IV gatekeeper because they wouldn't be the gatekeeper, but we're saying if they don't have any other institutional accreditation. So we're thinking about that. Yeah. You kind of read our mind there.
Yeah, no, and I just want to thank the department for, I just really appreciate them accepting all the feedback that I provided in the rest of the sections, and I have nothing else to add or comment on. It all looks really good to me now. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go through it in case there's anyone else out there that has any questions. So I guess we're on page 62.
Yep, and these are changes in 604.13 site visit and documentation.
Yeah. So we added review of budget information, and that's under the site visit. Took the requirement for the NCLEX and took out the auditor's report and just have the attestation, of financial resources sufficient to support the program outcomes. So we don't have any other comments from anyone else. That takes us through through 602.16. I mean 604. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 1.5 program evaluation.
Yeah.
But no, I don't see any hands at this point. Where do you want to head next, Herman?
Okay, and so let's see, make sure we're on the same page. So 17, I guess we get out of 604.
If Joe, you would scroll up a little bit, I have a change in 604.15 program evaluation, just the add on to that sentence.
Yeah, and I think Amy said she didn't have any questions through 604. So unless anybody else does.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the committee was okay with this so far. I've not seen anyone jump into the queue. We can go to the next section. Anything you wanted to highlight in any of these, Herman?
Nothing at all.
I think the rest mimics the regulatory text in the accreditation in 602 as well. So
yeah. And that's the same complaint guidance where you're at now, that's in 602.
Yeah, I think the next area of more substantive change might be starting on page 67.
Yeah, and 67 starts 611. So we can go through those. And again, since this is more related to FSA, or some of the eligibility requirements, I'm gonna kind of ask Donna to really chime in here on some of these changes. So first ones begin in C. We added some language there to the sentence under C, and then there's of course there's language under Romanet 3. And I will stop there. And then under multiple accreditation, I will just stop on page 67 and open it up for any questions.
All right. Anyone have any questions, feedback, comments, additional language for consideration? Oh, and I should have made mention, Amy was at the table for specialized accreditors for nursing education. Thank you, Amy, but we are joined again by Dr. Laura Gracer King. Barmack, go ahead. We can unshare, I think we can unshare the language at this point.
On C, I just want an understanding of why the exception for returning to its prior accreditor.
Donna, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, Donna, go ahead.
I can respond to that one. This was actually in response to one of Jamie's concerns the last time. I think her example was an agency was with DEEC and they moved to WASC, and it may not have been DEEC that you used as an example. And then they decided really their original accrediting agency was a better fit for them. So that is what this is to get to allow an agency that made a move to go back to their other agency, to not prohibit it.
By that logic, why can't they make the judgment that agency number 3 is a better fit?
Well, what we're saying here is they have to stay for 2 years. So
Right.
the issue here is you must stay for 2 years. So if they want to go to agency 3, they would have to wait for 2 years.
Understood. It's 2 cycles, right? Not 2 years.
I'm sorry.
cycles.
Yes,
Okay.
2 cycles, yes.
You know, the concern here, just so that I because we are running out of time, I'll be blunt. The concern here is accreditor shopping. And if the 2 cycle constraint is intended to prevent that or to mitigate that, I don't see any reason to give privileged status to the one they tried. Because even there, you're allowing for a certain level of accreditor shopping. If the 2-year cycle is supposed to kind of force you to make a commitment to an accreditor, why should you be able to mitigate it if, contrary to your expectations, boy, you know, WASC ended up being much tougher than I had hoped. I'm going to go back to the previous guy. It doesn't make any sense to me to create this exception. Either eliminate it and apply it to everybody, or remove the 2 cycle and allow the race to the bottom to begin on a level playing field for all accreditors. My recommendation would be to eliminate the highlighted language.
Rowan, could you be amenable to just codifying that in chat, just so they can keep track of that suggestion in the transcript?
Yes, of course.
Great, thank you. Jamie, go ahead.
That's an interesting thought. The only comment I wanted to make was that accreditors are in very different situations in relation to these provisions and may weigh in as the regulatory process moves forward. The only thing I wanted to mention now relates to Romanet D, Romanet 3. Excuse me. There is one consequence of No, I think we were looking right at, it was right on the screen.
Yeah, that's it.
The effective date cannot be before the end of the current cycle. I'm just wondering what the motivation is and whether the department has thought about the consequences of that. An institution that, because it has the effect of constraining schools from making transitions among approved agencies, and would have to meet dual standards, dual reporting requirements, and dues. I'm just interested in what the what the purpose of that one was.
It would be on the theory that when you're with your accrediting agency, you should be constantly improving in accordance with the standards of your agency. And by cutting that period of accreditation short, it doesn't allow you to sort of fulfill that whole period. And so this is also an effort to sort of slow things down in terms of accreditor shifting. The other thing is, remember, this is in the context of a reasonable cause determination. So there's another part to this, which is FSA is actually reviewing voluminous documentation for each of these accreditation changes. And so this is not just they get to submit a piece of paper, say they want to move to another agency. FSA is doing levels of review here also.
Did you want to add anything else, Jamie?
Right. So I just wonder why that reasonableness review is not sufficient to both slow things down to allow the review to go by the department. Obviously, they would have to stay with a place before they could even apply, and whether it wouldn't answer the question about assuring continuity or appropriate timing case by case, as opposed to a blanket rule.
We consider that, Jamie, and we're doing a lot. FSA is doing a lot in the reasonable cause determination part of this, and to then have this as a separate element of the reasonable cause determination, the fact that it's a mid-cycle switch, we just felt it was more efficient for us and for FSA and for accrediting agencies and more predictive to just have this situation where you have to go through the whole cycle, that you can't flip mid-cycle. Again, there are lots of things sort of imbalance here that we're trying to make work together.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Any other questions or feedback on 600.11? Herman, anything else you wanted to ask the committee in terms of directed feedback or additional consideration?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it back over to you then to keep walking through the last few pages.
All right, I think we're about completed, right? So we have on page 68, it looks like we have some minor language there.
I think these are the last new changes in the reg text.
Yeah, and it just has to do with what for reasonable cause that is not a reasonable cause if those things below happen. So
any feedback, commentary on those final amendments, proposed amendments? Well, let me say this, Herman, Greg, and team. Were there any other areas where you would want to return to. I'm seeing people with their faces saying, please don't do that. But any other areas where you'd like to solicit feedback, proposals, areas where you really would like additional consideration. We are able to go till 5 Eastern today. I don't think anyone in this room would be upset if we didn't go till 5 Eastern. But I wanted to make sure we weren't leaving you without feedback or additional proposals where you might want some.
Really, no, not at this time, but the department would like to call a brief caucus so we can discuss this before we go back to thinking about a final vote for consensus. Thank you.
That sounds good. Do you know how much time roughly?
I'll ask for 15 minutes.
15, okay. So I'll check back in at 4:05 Eastern.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience during that caucus period. It's my understanding the department made a few changes to the document, so I'll turn it right over to Joe and Herman to walk through those changes. So take it away. And just looking at the time and Herman, you're off mute. If folks do have questions or feedback, not sure if we're gonna be able to get to all of them. So just be sure you put them in the chat so they're captured as part of the transcript if you do have questions. But time permitting, we'll see what the department has time to do once they walk through the changes. So take it away.
Okay, great. So first change, we added a definition of executive officer. I'm not going to read that to you all. You all can take a look at that. Okay, I think we're ready to go down, and all the changes are in blue. Here we took out the triad member. Yeah, the triad members. So we deleted item 4 for the 5-year prohibition. Okay. Here we added in or licensing authorities. And then in B, based on comments, we added the language there that accepts in good faith. We'll pause there a minute for folks to digest everything. Okay, I think we can go ahead and move down. Okay, here we added, again, the language in blue. I'll let everybody take a look. We moved I think it was under B, we had it, we moved some of that. That's further down. I'm sorry, I'm confused myself here. I'm sorry. But we added data reported by institutional programs or data from other resources. So we added that in blue. I'll pause and let folks take a look at that. And then D is where we moved up adequate controls to prevent institutions or programs from manipulating or otherwise inflating their performance. We moved this up out of the student achievement area. I mean, excuse me, out of the distance education area. Sorry, man, it's late. Okay. And here we struck, this is where we struck this and moved it up under to be applicable to all areas of student achievement, not just related to distance education. Okay. Struck and that is 2, not an issue there. We added the representative sample. Yeah, I'm sorry. And the word audit is supposed to be stricken there. And I can't remember, I know we had another, what else we had there? Yeah, reviews a representative sample of data. Yep, I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. Reviews a representative.
That one.
Jamie?
I just said we trust you.
Okay, yeah. This is a lot, man. We did in like, 20 minutes. So I think we're good. Let's scroll down. Did we miss one? Yeah.
B.
Yeah, we struck enforcement and then we just put monitoring of intermediate checkpoints along the way. And then we removed seat eligibility because here they're just participating. So we hope that cleared up some confusion. I think we can scan down further. We hope this language kind of cleared that up. Okay. And go back up, yeah. And then we added this one here for foreign additional locations of a domestic institution must include just a representative sample of those foreign additional locations. That should also encompass the additional locations on military installations. Here we have stricken the part about submitting all the exhibits. You just have to post the narrative portion and then a descriptive list of what the exhibits are, not just like Exhibit A, but what's in Exhibit A. So that should relieve some burden. Okay. Numbering changes. And here we added the word academic. I think we spoke about that earlier, so not a big deal there. I think we put this in based on one of the comments. Okay. And here we struck average time to completion. I think that was a point of discussion. And then we added refund policies if the program of nurse education is not accredited by a nationally recognized accrediting agency. And that was based on discussions we had with the State Board of Nursing rep. And again, we struck enforcement and put in monitoring. We're trying to make sure that we made the adjustments in the regulations for State Board of Nursing, the same ones that we made in 602.
Would that be the end of the modifications, Herman?
I think that's the end of the modifications.
Gotcha. There was one question in chat that at least to a layperson might be somewhat easy to answer. Donna, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, by the way.
We need to go back to 602.19 because
Okay.
as we were editing and saving, it looks like some things that we intended to do may not have been caught. So
Okay.
before we go on, if we could catch that, and we'll be sending it updated to your email inboxes.
Do you have the page for that?
Oh, yeah. On mine, it's page 20.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay. So our intent was to strike the most current and available. So the things that are in the different type. And yes. So, and then there'll have to be some grammatical fixes there. So the representative, there would not be a comma after representative. And then to the extent we've said audit, we intend to use the word review.
Thanks, Donna. I just blew right past that.
That's okay.
Anything else you wanted to highlight, Herman or Donna?
Yeah, I think Amy had a question down at in the State Board of Nursing area. I want to make sure we wrote what we thought we should have wrote. It's in 604.
Yeah, that'll be towards the end of the document, I think.
Yeah, right where we talk about the financial audit. I just want to make sure.
Right, yeah, yeah, that
Yeah.
right there, that blue text up. You go
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
There you
right
go.
there. If the program of nurse education is not accredited by a nationally recognized accrediting agency, so not all states require nursing program accreditation. So this only comes into play if the nursing program approval agency is the accreditor, is from what I understood.
Yeah, so what we were trying to say, if the State Board of Nursing is the sole accreditor, then they would have to have these refund policies. So what we have is the refund policies are not required if the program of nursing.
Right, what I'm saying is that most states that are approved by the department don't require programmatic accreditation. And so that's why the refund policy, we leave that up to the institutional accreditation. So if you're telling me that, I believe it's New York, I thought the Board of Regents in New York was the accrediting agency. The statement is just, this is problematic. This doesn't get away from the issues we were having before we took it out.
Okay. So I'm trying to see how we can maybe fix this to address that issue. So you're saying that all nursing programs within states are not required to be recognized by a national recognized accrediting agency. So what we want to say then here is that you have to have refund policies if
the state agency is your accreditor.
Is the sole accreditor of the nursing programs.
Correct.
Then
Donna, do you agree with that? Does that sound?
I was actually going to offer some other language.
Okay.
And I don't know if this will satisfy the issue for Amy. How about if the program of nurse education is a standalone program and does not have institutional accreditation? Does that
That's
give
fine.
you
Yes,
that
that's
fine?
fine. Mhm.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
What was the last part of that, Donna?
Does not have institutional accreditation.
Okay.
And Amy, you said that satisfies your concern?
Yep, it sure does. Thank you.
Jamie, go ahead.
Yeah, I certainly respect your thoroughness in catching so many of the areas that people were talking about. And for me, the one I'm trying hardest to understand relate to the thing that I think is most important, and I think is really important to the department too. So I am at the relationship of 602, 16, and 20, right back where we had some important conversations. And I'm trying to understand what effect the word monitoring has. The timeline must include monitoring of checkpoints. And I understand that the language in B is old carryover language. This is not new about timelines and so forth, if I've got that right. But unfortunately, they're not right next to each other. How, if you look at page 15, and the agency must set forth expectations with respect to student achievement in relation to the mission, which may include different standards, the agency must identify minimum expectations of performance and must include consideration of student achievement on a disaggregated basis. That to me, right, those are the three kind of central musts. But if the agency determines that minimum expectations are not feasible or appropriate, it can explain why. So what I want to know is, what are the musts in 15 that have to be, what are the things that would have to be done in 16? I'm sorry. Or if the minimum expectations are not feasible, but other kinds of student expectations are, you have things that you're watching. How do you see the two of those connecting to each other? I'll tell you what I'm trying to do in a positive way, and that may make the sentence more clear. What's critically important to us is that we be able to have multiple measures and the kind of subtle, it's not just one thing. We're not just doing a number of something. We're looking at subtle interactions,
30 seconds,
kinds of performance, and not turning them into a single bright line, but into something that you can monitor and say you are doing well enough across all those measures or not. Can the department speak to what they see actually happening? And what you would say you must do, you didn't do, or that was an okay practice along those lines?
That was a lot, Jamie, but I think for me, if we're back to the again, the minimum expectation language, and then the other part here where we talk about if that's not acceptable for a particular institution or group of institutions, that then the agency must explain why. Again, for me, this is the agency's, explanation. I think you use the term bright lines. We're definitely not looking at that. We're just saying that whatever those things that you evaluate, they could be multiple things, that you would have to articulate what those minimum requirements may be. I mean, I don't know, Don, unless you have a better way to explain what I'm trying to explain. But
I
that's
just-
what we, go ahead.
I just want to mention that the entirety of this provision is qualified by the STEM in Romanet 1 that says where feasible and appropriate to
Right.
allow that kind of balancing that you're talking about, Jamie, those differential standards that might have to be applied. And again, and then we emphasize in A that it can be specific to a particular institution or program or a type of institutions or programs. So we're trying to build in maximum flexibility to do the kinds of things that you want to do.
Where feasible and appropriate, the standards may. I'm not sure I'm there yet because this is a lot to absorb at this late hour, but I'm trying to hear you and accomplish what you say you're meaning to do. You know, where feasible and appropriate, the standards may.
It's gotta be must. We're comfortable with must, and we're getting really, really close to the deadline that we have to take a vote.
Right, my suggestion would be, some folks have noted potential concerns in the chat. If other people would like to weigh in, just so those are captured as a piece of the discussion, please do so. But at this point, Craig, would you like to move to a consensus vote? Or
Yes, we're going to move to consensus vote now.
Okay, we can unshare the document. As always, we're going to do a roll call vote based on how I see folks on my screen. So love it, can live with it, serious reservations. Again, I want to say before this, thank you all for the discussion today and throughout these past few months on these important issues. But first, Robin, legal aid. Thumbs up, Jason Lorgan. Sideways thumb, Barmac Nassarian. Thumbs up, Erica Linden. Thumbs down, Joe Blondin. Thumbs down, John Ware. Sideways, Diana Hooley. Thumbs up, Jillian Klein. Thumbs down, Carolyn Fast. Thumbs up, Joellen Price. Thumbs up, Jamie Studley. Thumbs down, Jesse Morales. Thumbs up, Joe Weglars. Sideways, Laura Racer King. Thumbs down, DC. Thumbs up, Greg Martin. Thumbs up. So we are not in consensus on this issue. I will turn it over to Greg for closing comments.
Thank you, Brady. I just want to say it's been my pleasure to be the negotiator for this round of the department's negotiated rulemaking, and I want to thank all of our negotiators for taking the time to join us these past couple of weeks. It's a lot of preparation, takes a lot of time out of their normal work schedule, so we very much appreciate it. I also want to thank those who negotiated with me. That would be Herman Bounds and David Musser, and I want to thank our attorneys Denise and Donna, and those who worked in the background, especially Joe and Vanessa, and all the people at the department who labored so hard to make this possible, and lastly, FMCS for all of their help. So with that, I'll just say I hope you all have a nice spring. It's been a joy working with you.